Hello, everyone. Today, we're going to mess with some old hard drives. Unfortunately, not as many old hard drives as I thought. I have an ST225 somewhere. I saw it in my video where I looked at the ST412 that I have, and I have no idea where it went. Now that I think about it, I definitely haven't seen it since I moved, so I'm guessing it got packed somewhere really deep. But that's not super important because I don't know what's on that or if it works. But yeah, so here's the thing. This is it's a weird device. It's a MFM emulator, imager thingamajig. So here's the thing. I'm actually going to record a video about this as we go along. So this is going to be a little strange. Good Lord, phone, what? Just stop. Stop. Muting it. Anyway. Yeah, so here's the deal. Okay, just for you guys there who are like here watching the stream or whatever, okay? Such a dignified way of phrasing that. Here. So this is the thing that we're looking at today, okay? So I really don't know a lot about this. It's going to be a very experimental thing that we're doing today. So if you have the Bagel Bone green made a 5 1/4 inch frame, you can 3D print. I got everything covered. Don't worry about that. Although I don't have a micro SD card now that I think about it. I forgot to do that part. Let me just grab my Altoids tin of memory cards and we'll filter through that in a moment. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's going to be difficult to figure out where to even start with this thing. I'm hoping I have this figured out well enough. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. So, all right, we're going to record a proper intro, for this thing, I think here. So yeah, this is it. It is an MFM emulator thing. Yeah. MFM drives are weird. It kind of bugs me that you can't just like image it on the computer so that this thing even is necessary, but yeah. I haven't really looked at it that much either. It's kind of weird, but all right, yeah, let's film an intro. Image 1 drive on yours so far? All right. So Vintage Project, it's RLL is technically the interface, but you can think of these as hard drives that operate like floppy drives. So you can directly step the heads on the drives and read sector data. So that's why they're kind of weird, because the cards that control them, so this is an MFM controller here, they have to directly access and work with the drive. So if your drive has more tracks and your controller doesn't support it, it doesn't work. It's not like IDE where you can just like say, hey, go to this byte and grab it. That's the big difference. So yeah. Website covering view. That's a good point. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, MFM drives are super weird, and I'm gonna try and explain this in the video. I didn't even know there was a twist in the cable. Huh. But yeah. All right. Let's actually record an intro for the edited video for this. So isn't the firmware of the MFM drive stored on the platter too? I don't know. That sounds really weird. Isn't there supposed to be like a ROM for that? That sounds really strange. I don't know. Okay. I don't even know how to intro this thing, man. It's so strange. So, all right, let's just give this a shot, okay? Let's just figure this out as we go along. So, all right, I am taking the phone off the hook and recording. Okay, just to clarify for people who are here live, this is an intro for the video that I'm going to edit out of this. So, hello there. Today, I'm going to take a look at this, which is the phone was beeping for an off the hook sound. I was like, what is that sound? I'd never heard that before. Anyway, yeah, let's try that again. This is such a scuffed project stream. Oh man. Hello there. Today we're going to take a look at this thing, which is, I'm not exactly sure how to describe it, and it's also really difficult to like tell you what it is. This is the MFM emulator. So what this does is it's able to present itself as an MFM hard drive to be read by an existing MFM controller. So this doesn't try to be an XT IDE-like thing where it lets your computer use MFM drives. It pretends to be the MFM drive. But it also has a feature that I'm much more interested in beyond pretending to be a drive. It can also image drives. And that's why I bought it, because it's really bugged me that there's been no good way for me to image MFM hard drives, because they work closer to floppy drives where the head gets stepped and there's a number of sectors on each cylinder, and the drive controllers for those are what sets up the formatting for the drives. So when I've said in the past that the controllers and the drives are somewhat married, that's what I'm talking about. It's the way that the drives are accessed. The IDE in an IDE drive stands for Integrated Drive Electronics, or Integrated Device Electronics. And that creates an interface that abstracts away from the cylinders, heads, and sectors count for the controller. If you're using a, old 46 or something, you may still have to put that information into the BIOS, but your card doesn't need to know that information. So this device tries to be a kind of bridge between allowing you to have a device that can emulate those drives as well as image them, and it should be possible to configure this thing to read just about any drive. But I've never used it. I haven't fired it up yet, so today's going to be a kind of experimental look at the MFM emulator and see how well it works out by trying to read two different kinds of drives that I would really like to get low-level images of. All right. Yeah, it's a long intro because it's a really difficult thing to describe. I wouldn't be surprised if I cut that down. So, yeah. There. Yeah, I will go into that, Helen Croft, because that's complicated. Okay, so obviously I couldn't read chat. We're gonna take a look at the voices in my head. Yeah, thank you, Dogface, for the 100 bits. I don't think I was as clean through that as I could have been. Yeah. So, okay. This is such a weird thing. All right, let's take a look at the device itself, because yeah.
Magicotech says CHEER 100. I want it. I want it now. Send it to me. Immediately. End of line.
Machenko, thank you for the 100 bits.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100. I haven't lost my mind. I have it backed up on tape around here somewhere. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right.
OMSX 80 subbed as tier 1 and says, oh, golden kappa train Kakechi, let's go. End of line.
Ohms, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 25 months. I appreciate that. Okay. I have partially built my copy of the original project. That is cool. All right. So this is the board device thing itself. This is why this is difficult to talk about, because so this part is the MFM emulator. So this is a Rev D that's using surface mount technology, but the BeagleBone Black, which if I remember correctly is kind of like a whole Raspberry Pi. So this board comes, and I just immediately knock everything off that I wanted to grab. Now, this one is built by the Decromancer and is provided as a pre-assembled, mostly ready-to-go kit. Now, this is based on an open-source project, so if you want, you can go build one of these yourself. I kind of wanted to just get it all set up and ready to go, because this is a big, complicated thing, and MFM drives are kind of weird. So, again, I just wanted to make this as turnkey as possible. So I went with this route, and I also ticked all the boxes for options. So I have the 3D printed 5¼ inch mount that would let you put this into a drive. I also have, where did I put it? I also have the, I'm now kind of realizing, superfluous little extra riser card. So you have a data line and 2 control lines for the different drives, because you can connect 2 drives to an MFM controller, which this can act as. And I didn't realize until kind of after I bought this that I've never seen a card edge connector MFM controller. So I probably didn't need this, but it wasn't that expensive, so I just kind of saw it as kitting out the whole thing. So yes, this is it. Oh yeah, this is the other thing that makes this so weird compared to other options. So let's say a GoTech or an XT-IDE. You set up your drives and then you put them into the machine, and then it runs based off of that data using a small microcontroller on there. That's a whole Linux computer. You run this thing and control it by SSHing into it to configure it and change settings. So you need to be able to use Linux at least a little bit to be able to use this thing. So it's going to require some knowledge of how to do that. I'm also wondering if that means I'm going to be able to SSH images out of this. So this is going to be kind of a really different experience. I have a Linux computer set up, ready to access this machine. So we'll see how this goes. Again, I have not used this. It's very different and complicated. We also need to set up a micro SD card. So there's a lot going on here that we need to figure out.
Hypes game with tier 1 gifts up to 5 viewers. End of line.
Not even sure where the headphones went. I just needed them out of there. There they are. Okay. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Vital Knieve, thank you for the 100 bits.
End of line.
Christomo, thank you for the Prime sub and for 5 months there. Taters Games, thank you for the 100 bits. Hypes, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy moly. And Didi Opez, thank you for the gifted sub there. No, you said this is a scuff stream. Did you think you would take it seriously? Well, I was recording, trying to keep the train on the tracks. Okay. Oh, I never noticed there's a back of the page.
Magicotech says CHEER 100. Go and fetch your headphones before the floor drop absorbs them and they are lost forever. End of line.
But Jaco, thank you for the 100 bits. Wait a minute. Okay. New battery discharge. Clearly succeeded because iTrain's still rolling. Yeah. Okay. No, I wasn't talking about that train. Okay. Huh. All right. Now, before we start, I really genuinely, okay. So Helen Croft, we'll look at that here. Now, before we get, hold on, camera shaking. Now, before we get started, I think it would be prudent to actually read through the directions because this does need some first-time setup. So, never remove the BeagleBone from the emulator when the LED is lit. That's pretty easily. Oh, yes. So the emulator must be powered from the 4-pin Molex connector when in use. So again, this thing is kind of meant to emulate a drive, so it gets power from here. Now, I have an external Molex power connector thing, and I've gone ahead and put a splitter on the back of this because I'm going to be powering this unit and a drive at some point here. So we will be doing that, but yes, it gets power through there. Okay. Using the emulator requires a basic understanding of SSH and Linux. That's what I was kind of trying to warn you about. So yeah, after powering it up, we're going to SSH into it. So we're gonna have to figure out what the IP is. We're gonna have to figure out what the IP is, or via mini USB, connect the mini USB cable to the emulator computer. Emulator should appear at either there or. Well, that's weird. Does that show up as a USB NIC in host mode then? That's strange. We're gonna do it via Ethernet. They did include a cable for that, by the way, for the USB. Okay, default username Debian and temp pwd. Okay, change its password at your first login. Use passwd. Okay. Your emulator
says CHEER 100. Start of line, middle of line, end of line.
APOC, thank you for the 100 bits. Your emulator has been shipped with the supercapacitor discharged for safety. So I think that's this thing, supercapacitor? Yeah, that's actually kind of a weird cap there. 2.7 volts. I'm sorry, am I reading that correctly? 2.7 volts, 10 farads? What? Okay, that is a pretty super cap. Okay.
1 SICHEER 100.
Hello.
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 Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Goodbye. End of line.
End of line.
Bezo1, thank you for the 100 bits. To enable the 10-second graceful shutdown at power off while the device is off, move supercap jumper from off to on. Supercap off to, wait, what? To enable the 10-second graceful shut off or shutdown at power off. Why do I want or not want that? I don't understand that. Okay. You must also configure the device for emulation on startup. Details are on the next page. The power resistors in the caution hot section will now get hot during operation. This thing is weird, man. I do not understand what's going on here. Is this measuring current or something? Why are there, what is that, 100 ohm resistors there or something? I don't get this thing. Dip switches are present. Okay, hold on. You turn power off, the OS still has power to turn off nicely. The built-in UPS, oh my gosh, so it's just idiot proofing? No, it is weird. Just tell people, shut this down before you unplug power. That's, yeah, I would not have guessed that. It's for emulation, so you don't have to issue the shutdown command before turning, oh, okay, I got it with Matrox. Okay, that makes sense. Again, I'm thinking of it for imaging only. But yes, if you're emulating a drive, okay, I guess that makes sense. Okay. I'm like, look at my MFM imager, and most people are like, oh, thank goodness, I don't have to use one of those old, horrible hard drives anymore. Okay. Okay. Dip switches are preset for the following common configuration. Emulated drive termination is enabled. Emulated drive is write enabled, not write protected. Okay. Drive 1, DS1, drive 2, DS2. Okay. Your emulator is preloaded with Decromancers. Optimize emulator image. Should reload be necessary? Follow the instructions on our website. Oh, okay. So it should have data on it. All right. So that's mildly confusing only because if we go to the website for the device, at the bottom here, it gives some quick setup directions. Here it is. First, obtain a 4 GB micro SD card. Oh, should you need to reload the BeagleBone? That's what it is. Okay. I missed that word, and I thought these were the setup directions. Okay, so it is ready to go out of the box. Okay, we can just apply power and try and boot and access it. Okay, that's better. Okay, I like that, because I was thinking if you're going to include the BeagleBone, you could probably include a 4 gig micro SD card, but now that makes sense. Okay, well, in that case, now I get why people like the BeagleBone Black, because having an onboard flash on there is a huge boon over the Raspberry Pi, because, yeah, so stupid the Raspberry Pi doesn't come with some kind of onboard flash chip. Okay. And copyright 16 using CDOS 4.1e, it's been very capable. Nice. I'm envious of your MFM controller for that. I just have the weird Fujitsu ones. Okay, let me clear that. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm still recording. I'm just thinking this is really a bad introduction to this device. Still, like this is not optimal. I may go back and redo the intro in post-production using B-roll. I don't know. I'm still recording and turned off the camera. You forgot to turn it back on when you... No, it's fine. Additionally, the stream footage doesn't suck anymore, so if I use it in videos, it's not going to be as bad. There'll be plenty as you learn to mess with it to make an introduction more solid. Well, it's more, I'm trying to, the intro of the video needs to give you the gist of what the device is, but even I'm having a hard time understanding the gist of what the device is, which is part of the problem. So, I don't know, maybe I should get used to it, learn how to use it, and then re-record the intro at the end of the stream, possibly. Maybe that would be the better way to go. It's so complicated. So can't get over how good the stream looks like living in the future. Yeah. Stream does look good. What happened to it? Yes, we are using H.265 at 1080p 30. AV1 just straight up doesn't work for many reasons that it's not worth getting into again. Dare the stream look good? Yeah. All right, let's try recording the next part, which might also be good for part of the intro. I don't know. Okay. Oh, man. Ow, pokey. Set that there. And pull this out. Oh, I want to be so careful with this. Okay. Problem is, it's not supported on 2000s hardware unless you have decoder card. I mean, that's fine. Take off the headphones first. Yeah, since we're past the hype train, I assume everyone's going to start to chill out on that. So, all right. All right, so let's start trying to get this thing going. It looks like it does not need the onboard. You know, now what I said is wrong about needing the micro SD card. So, oh boy. Okay. All right, so let's look at getting this thing set up and going. But before we do that, I would like to mention that we are going to be attempting to image this drive as one of our primary goals today. So this is the ST412 that came out of my IBM 5160 that I got so many years ago. And the drive controller that came with that is this card. And this is a very strange, fancy full-length MFM controller that probably only works with these particular drives. I think there's a 506 in the 412. It probably only works with those two. And this is one of the reasons here why it's really hard to describe this thing, because it emulates not only the drive, but it also emulates the controller, because it can image the drive using these as the inputs, and then it can emulate the drive using the card edge as the output, which, now that I think about it, might be what that other card edge connector is for. Dude, I'm totally re-recording that intro.
COBHC 2015 SIZHEER 100. Are we not supposed to be spending bits? I'm just checking. End of line.
Cobb, thank you for the 100 bits. Impressive movement for just different encoder. Oh, yes. Yeah, it really is. Also, the shot is terrible because it's reflecting that light. There. Let's go with that. I'm going to redo that because I was so terrible. This is why it takes forever to make videos. And I really thought I was going to be able to just wing this one. I'm not so sure now. All right, I want to look at getting this thing set up now. And what I want to do as my primary objective today is image this Seagate ST412. This is a drive I pulled out of my IBM 5160 a couple of years ago. And I did pull it out because it's kind of rare and it works. So I didn't want to risk it, you know. And I was able to copy the files off of the drive, but I was never able to image it. And I would really like to. I don't think there's anything world-changing on there, but It would be nice to just know that if I want to go back to the original setup, that the way that it was, used, I could. But I would really like to try getting this thing imaged today. But this is also a good time to mention something else. This is the controller that came with that drive in the computer. This thing probably only works with the ST412 and the ST506, I think it is the other drive. But the reason I'm mentioning that is because this is part of why this thing is so hard to describe, because this emulates both this drive and this controller. It can do both. So as a host controller emulator, you plug the drives in here to image the hard drive, and then once you've done that, you can then emulate the drive by plugging this into the controller. So when I'm like kind of tripping over my words here maybe a little bit, that's why, because it's difficult to describe and I haven't gone through the process yet. So it's just strange, and I think something that realistically you need to get familiar with how to use before it will really click. Okay, I'm happy with that. Boo Seagate. Well, maybe if some other drive companies had, invented 5 1/4 inch hard drives first, then we would be looking at that. Your options at this time were this drive and... Let's move on. Okay. So... I think we can just power it. There's so much here. Gosh. I'm kind of trying to checklist this before we continue, and I want to make sure I have this correct. So we're going to be doing emulation, so no. I'm kind of trying to mentally checklist everything here, so we're going to be doing imaging, so we're going to use these. We don't probably want the hard drive write enable jumper set, so let me look at this. Write enable is closed, or write enable is open, and it's not doing the stupid confusing thing with 3 positions. I like that. So that's probably good for us. We're going to use Ethernet and just SSH into it directly. Okay, external power button header optional. Auto restart of power restored. I don't know. Drive activity LEDs. Okay, I know those are soldered and exposed on the front. Molex power, supercap. We're going to leave that off for now. Default was off, and since we're imaging, we don't need graceful shutdown, which is weird. Burge power header. It's not populated, but I like that they have both. I'm glad that they don't use that one by default, because I have complained unendingly that using Burge drives or Burge power connectors in hard drive emulators is dumb. Okay, drive termination. I do not know if we need that. Drive write. Oh, that's when it's acting as a emulated drive. So, okay, that's everything around there. So we'll get to that after we boot it up. Okay. Spiegelbone do PoE? I can't think of a reason why I couldn't plug the drive in while it's on, but we're going to go ahead and power it off first, and then we'll look at that later. I do want to dedicate a micro SD card to this first, though. So let me find one here and grab that. Because I could probably fit every kind of hard drive that's ever, I mean, geez. You might, hold on, wait a minute. I was going to say something, and then I thought it'd be dumb, but then now I'm not sure. Could The contents of every MFM drive ever sold fit on a 1 terabyte SD card. So, yeah, no, they couldn't. I don't think they could. Because they're all small. Like, this is a 10 megabyte hard drive, I think. So that would be like 100,000 of those. They probably sold more than those. Yeah, but man, that's it's not. It was more like, oh, I wonder what size SD card I should grab, and the answer is literally any. It doesn't matter. Okay, so that's 2 gig. I mean, I don't want to use one that would be good in a DOS computer. So 8 gig, that's like the perfect DOS computer one, but maybe. A 256 megabyte one. That's surprising. 80% same files, yeah. They have MFMs of 120 megs. Wow. Fancy. Okay. It's a shame it's not a full size one. Got a lot of... I have a lot of empty micro SD adapters. It's looking like it might be a 2 gig one. Look, it's a Wii card. 2 gig. 32, but not the right size. Empty. Ooh, hello. I didn't realize I had that. That's getting set aside. Okay. 4 gig. What is this? Why is it? That's weird. Okay. All right. It's looking like 2 gigs. That's going to be the answer. Okay. As long as it works. If it doesn't work, I got a second one. Okay. YouTube link for sound. I mean, you can. I'm not going to be able to watch it on stream. Here. We, as in, would you like to play? Okay. Okay, ubiquitous pile of random SD cards. Not pile. Altoids tin full. Yeah, it's not bannable. Nah, you're fine. Just don't post anything inappropriate. That's about the only way you'd get banned. All right. Those of you who beagle bone, all right? Yeah, so Helen Croft, that's what I'm getting to right now. Those of you who beagle bone, can I plug this in live while it's running? I feel like I should be able to, but the answer would definitely be no on a Raspberry Pi, so I'm just curious. Always hated micro SD cards. You can't write on them telling you what they contained. I mean, if they were right once, that would make sense, but they're rewritable, so I don't know. If you recall correctly, yes, okay. Just assume all the Twitch links are the Hey Pops oil drum video. I don't know that one. Only one way to find out. I mean, sure. Wait, is it going upside down? Oh, that's gross. But also kind of cool. Hardware supports and no clue if software does? All right. This is worth like getting a tight shot here. The card goes in upside down, which means you can see the fingers make contact on the pads. That's kind of crazy. No, that's upside down for how a part mounts to a PCB. That's kind of cool. Cursed, yeah. Shouldn't there be a tab there or something? I would think there would be something to protect the contacts, but apparently not. Give me one moment. I want to grab this. Or didn't I just find? Yeah, actually, I just found a bag full of memory card protectors. The beagle bone is upside down. That doesn't really matter. I'm talking about from a surface mount footprint. That part is upside down. Good. Yeah. Optimizes dispersion of deoxy, but these things are 15 years old. Yeah, I guess so. All right. Stop falling down, drives. Okay. All right. I think we kind of stalled and tried to figure this out enough. All right, I'm going to try powering this now. So if I remember correctly, there isn't really a power button, just auto power enable. So as soon as I apply power to this thing, it should boot that. I am going to go ahead and plug it into my network right now so it can get an IP address and then we can log into it. So we'll have that to look at, which is a weird thing. So I'm going to plug in power here. Okay. That is a well-selected power connector. That fit well. All right. Here we go. It is booting. There's the super cap charged LED. And I think I see, yep, LEDs on the beagle bone. So let's try and log into this thing now. Poor little IO shield on the floor. Oh man, the IO shield is happy to be on the floor being ignored after yesterday. Okay. Boop. Video. Okay, so here are the files. Like I grabbed all the like images for like different hard drive stuff yesterday because I thought we would need that, but apparently not. Also, here is the PDF version of that letter I was looking at. Maybe. Dude, KDE, why are you being so dumb? Hold on, let me try something. Because I just noticed a really weird thing. Let's see. Can I do replica, built-in, apply? Okay, that will be less dumb. There we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, this is that. Oh, that's color on there. Fancy. Okay. What happened to the poor IO shield? Nothing. Don't worry about it. All right, so here are the directions again for this. So we are at this step. We just powered it, so now we need to get the IP address. And if I look at my network topology, I see BeagleBone has just showed up, and it is at 1.11. I'm going to guess that I do just need to SSH straight into it. So let's go ahead and try this out. SSH. Debian at 192.168.1.11 and that was the Debian at okay nmap 192.168.1.11. I know what the problem is. I don't know why it does this, but it always prefers trying to connect to Sponge Wi-Fi first. Okay. All right. And that's looking good. Let's go ahead and make sure we're at least 80 columns. Yeah, I recognize that fingerprint for sure. Okay, so it's temp, PSW. It was PWD. Hold on. Temp, PWD. No, there we go. Okay, we are in to the BeagleBone on the MFM emulator. Okay, so just for giggles, LS, PWD, okay. LS-LA. Okay, I'm a Linux nerd, so I'm gonna actually poke around here a little bit because I'm just curious how this thing's configured and what it's set up to do. Okay, vim.bash rc. Okay, so they haven't added anything directly to the path there. We don't have a local bin folder, so the tools might just be in the system area. What did it say the command was? So it's MFM read. Okay, which MFM read? Opt MFM. Okay, why is it? Why is it there? Oh, CD opt MFM. Okay, that appears to be, yep, a Git repo. Okay, that's good to know. Code for that, all right. Do pay supplicant support, manually assign priority value for SSDs. Really wish GUIs would expose that. KDE might, actually. I'm not sure. I know you can set priorities for Ethernet connections, but I don't know what that even does. So I'm going to guess this is read and this is, I was going to say write, but that doesn't feel correct. We see you using Vim, yeah. Okay. So after digging a little bit here, it looks like in opt MFM, they have the contents of a Git repo. We can do Git status on that. We are up to date. Git pull, just for giggles. This thing is like, it got it delivered yesterday, so I'd imagine it's going to be good. Insufficient permission for adding object to a repository address. Well, that's curious. But I don't know. Anyway, it looks pretty good. So yeah, that's where the files are. I don't quite know how they have them added to the path. It's probably a proper way to do updates. I think it's reflash the whole image. What's the git remote? That is a good question. Git remote list. Show. Actually, I need. Okay, yeah, so that is good catch there. All right, so after digging a little bit, I'm just going to re-record that section, by the way. After digging a little bit here, it looks like the software side of this is stored in opt MFM on the default setup here from Decromancer. It is the contents of a Git repo, and that is a publicly available Git repo, because again, all of this is open source. You could make the whole board yourself if you want to, but this... Yeah, I'm happy with just buying this one. So this looks pretty good here. The files for this are being pointed to in here for the path. So yeah, I think we're ready to try and connect a drive to this. Oh, so one critical thing about this being a Linux machine like this, is that if I really wanted to, I could image a drive and then just pull the disk image off over the network. You wouldn't have to, say, put a micro SD card in there and then sneaker net it off. So having this be like a full-on Linux machine is actually pretty powerful and kind of cool. Okay. Hey, Matt, we are looking at hardware that can read and emulate MFM hard drives. It's really weird. Okay. I'm going to soft power this thing off and then connect the drive. All right, so I am going to go ahead and connect the drive to this. So, you know what? I'm curious. Do I need sudo to run power off? I do. That's okay. I don't know how I feel about that. We could add ourselves to the sudoers file, but oh, well, we didn't even need the password for it, so just sudo power off. All right, that's fine. So that's going to be the correct soft way to power the device off when you're in imaging mode. And that's what the supercap there is actually for. So when you're using it as an emulator, where it's pretending to be the drive itself, and you have it just, tucked away into a PC, probably not going to log into the, drive to turn it off before you flip the big switch on the computer to turn it off. But when we're doing imaging stuff, I'm going to go ahead and do that. What do you mean, yes, because you're through SSH, Majenko? You mean the turning it off or the sudo? Because I definitely still have to give a password for sudo when I SSH into other machines. So. I'm still a little nervous about actually powering up the drive. It has not been powered up since I got home from LTX 2019.
LUCKYBOB 77SIZHER 100. It never ceases to amaze me just how much power we have at our fingertips. We have a fully functional computer the size of a deck of cards, and we use it to emulate a 20.MB hard drive. End of line.
Lucky Bob, thank you for the 100 bits. Blast shield on standby. I hope it doesn't go that bad. I'm more concerned about mechanical damage than things like that. I think it's going to shield itself well enough. So, yeah. All right, I'm ready to try out my first test. So I've got the ST412 here. So we have the two MFM data connections, and then we have power right here. I don't remember if you have to do any jumper stuff on here. I see we have a terminator pack, and I saw on the directions there was something about the termination. So I don't know. We'll just try it as is and then see how it goes. There are not a ton of directions on this, and I am not super familiar with setting up MFM drives. Again, every time I've encountered one, I've kind of just left it with its controller and didn't want to mess with it. So we'll see how this goes. This is going to be my first time moving an MFM drive from one controller to another. So I won't be surprised if there are a few headaches here, but I'm going to have it share power with the Decromancer MFM emulator here. And I'm going to pull my cables off of the controller that drive came with just for my own sake. This is connected to J2.
Dodgerson says shut up to CXCHER 100. End of line.
Oh, these are keyed. Well, that's nice at least. All right. So, plug this in here. Trying to pay attention to the... Yeah, this cable is not keyed. Their connector is keyed. That's disappointing. But I do know how it goes. Oh, that's kind of funny. You can't see it on there because it's got goo on it. Yeah, here we go. Burge brand card edge connectors. That's kind of cool to see. How old is that cable? Well, I think I just gave you your answer. Very. Dogface, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so that one's connected, and then we have, I guess this is drive 1. I think it might be labeled underneath of the 3D printed bracket. Drive 2, data, connect to any MFM HDD for archiving and imaging. Okay, so we do use this. The key doesn't line up. What? So there's a key with a missing pin right there, but that's in a different location to the cable I've got. No, it's saying it doesn't matter because it's offset by a pin, not by a row. This could never plug into this. I don't... And it is the same there. The key, that is the marked key pin there. Yeah, this one's just different. Huh. Something is stuck in the cable, but the keying is different. This feels like one of those stop and read moments. First, I want to go look for something. I may have another set of MFM cables. I think I have a card that has them somewhere around here as well. Let me go grab that. Well, if I do, it's not in the place I would have expected it to be. This is an added complication that I was not anticipating. All right, let's look in that bin to see if I have more MFM cables in there. Guessing since the two positions are adjacent, they're just blinking grounds. Probably. I don't want to modify my original cables if I don't have to. So I'm just going to try and look and see if I have any. Floppy. I mean, the data cable fit, so it's just the control cable that we need. So I just need to find a narrow... wait, is that a serial cable? That probably shouldn't be in here. Just put that over there with the other serial cables. Okay. All right, does not look like there's any MFM cables in here. That's a shame. Okay. I swear I have some. Would game court cable be enough pins? Probably. probably... If I was going to make a cable, though, I have a ribbon spool that's enough. I don't want to make a cable. The card edge connector is going to be the really hard part to replicate. I swear I have that cable, but I have a last-ditch option if need be. Oh, come on. I know I have another MFM controller around here. Where is it? Oh, where did I put that? I think I didn't really pay attention to it because it was one of those, well, I don't have drives that go with it, and I know these things are weird, so it's like I'm not really going to be able to use it with anything, so I didn't really think too hard about it. Okay, could be in this bin. That's all motherboards. That's all motherboards. That's an Audigy. That's all RAM. Oh my gosh, I have so much RAM. Okay, none of those are MFM. Oh, I forgot that's there. Ooh, low. Okay. This is a complicated one. All right, we may have to dip into the guaranteed solution that I didn't really want to get into yet. Really thought I had another MFM card nearby. But okay, I yield. All right. Actually, I'm going to go put this away rather than do the thing where I just leave stuff around. So I will be right back. All right, I thought I had more MFM cables quickly to hand, but it turns out not. But I do have one other option. The Nightmare 5160 is back because I wanted to image the hard drive that it came with. So I have it back here, and I know it has cables for its drive, so I want to see if they are the correct cables, because apparently the ones that came with my controller aren't. So yeah, let's take a look at this thing. All right, we aren't going to have to get very far into this to see if these are keyed the same. So again, my cables have a key in that position, and this one has no key whatsoever. So yeah, that's going to be the better cable to go with. I'll just put my cable off to the side, and I guess we'll just go ahead and pull out that drive with its cables right now. I know there are all sorts of ways I can remove the plug on the other cable. I don't want to. It's as simple as that. I know I could, I don't want to. All right. I was going to take out this drive anyway to image it, so this works out just doing it a little bit sooner in this project than I anticipated. And I know I could make my original cables work by just taking out the keying connector plug, but I don't want to mess with these. They work and they're original, so we'll just use these ones that are different. All right, this can now go over here. It is kind of bugging me. I don't know where my other MFM cables are. Just to keep these all together. Put the screws back in here. Okay. All right, now I'm just going to migrate the cables from this drive over to my drive because I still want to do my drive first just to be sure that everything's going to go okay. So, oh, now it's a little extra weird. Yeah, pin 1 is over there. All right. Okay. So. Is pin 1 marked on there? Because these don't have keys. Huh. Let me look at my original cables. Do these have the keys? These do. Okay. They don't have the side, but I can just look at it this way. So it'd be this side. So it'd be, just make sure they're not flipped or anything weird. They are not. So this way has the key, so they go
LUCKYBOB 77 SIZHEER 100. I just looked at my controller stockpile. S.OM are not keyed. All the others are pinned like the emulator - the IBM is pinned like yours. P. End of line.
Interesting, Lucky Bob. That's good to know. And also, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, double check on this one. It should be key on the left. Yes, okay, so that all looks correct. Wait a minute, we just get rated? We did! T2SDE and Raiders, welcome, hello. Hope your stream went well. We are about to try imaging this, I can't remember, is it a 10 megabyte hard drive? From a computer from 1982. It is a Seagate ST412. I know this drive works, or at least it worked as of, this sounds insane. 5 years ago is the last time I used this drive. That sounds like a long time, but this thing was nearly 40 years old by that point. Dude, time's crazy. But I think it'll work. That's putting in perspective in a way I had not anticipated. Oh, it's actually been a long time since I powered it up too. But yeah, we're hopefully going to image this drive using this MFM emulator and imaging board. So yeah, we're going to see how this goes. And then if that works out well, we have a 20 megabyte ST225 that we're going to do next. So, alrighty. I think we're ready. So, we can go ahead and power this up. And, oh, wait, let's connect the network first. So, BeagleBone's ready to be interfaced with. Power is going to both. Data lines are all connected. I don't know about termination, although I don't think there was termination blocks on the emulator board for imaging a drive, so maybe that won't matter. Okay. I'm going to unplug the power brick from power, and then plug this in. And you know what? I want to vibration isolate this drive. There. And get it slightly farther away. Okay. Now we're ready to try powering it. Okay, it's sounding good. Let me try logging back into the BeagleBone. We're there. All right. Now, hold on. What's the password? PWP. All right, now the command for imaging, setup, MFM read, and then emulation file, extracted data file. Okay, so I'm going to guess we're going to set up an emulation file that describes our drive, and then we're going to dump it here. So, all right. Krunger, it should have motor but no head movements because it's not being asked to do anything yet. We have to start the imaging still. All right, so our first command is setup MFM read. So I'm going to do this, mkdir IBM 5160 ST412. I'm going to CD into that folder. Now we're going to do setup MFM read, right? Read. Rev C or D board. Man. Yeah, but how do I tell it that? Yeah, instructions unclear, literally. If rev equals 0. Oh, it's not a question. Okay, that could be so much more clear. So Echo Rev CRD, I thought that was an error. Okay. So yeah, that's fine, and it's just setting stuff up. Okay, so it must be configuring GPIO or something. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, pins high. Okay. I guess that makes sense. All right. So then we go ahead and do our read command. Digital Ice Age, I am about to image an ST412 using this board that is an MFM emulator imaging device. All right, our next step is this command here. So we'll see how this goes. I'm just going to copy and paste this. That was wrong. It would help if I didn't do Control-Shift-C for copy. All right, here we go. It didn't move the head once. Is this really intended to be following a guide separately? This is really, oh yes, yeah. Huh, it's, okay. So, found the drive. Yeah, found drive at select one. The head could be stuck. The head should have seeked at power up. Could be stuck head, could be control cable reversed. Well, I'm pretty sure this will do RLL Digital Ice Age. I'm not sure. Is it park? Yeah, but it should unpark, so it may be stuck. Which I'm not super duper thrilled with. All right, well, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna power this off. I'm gonna cut power to everything here. And I'm gonna go grab a power strip so I can turn that off and on with a switch. But then we're gonna swap to the other drive that we know works. Well, whether it moved or not, we're gonna do the other drive first, then we'll investigate this, because we know that this drive is mechanically good. So I'd rather rule out it being me not knowing how to use this before we do anything weird to this thing. Because this drive has been working within this week. Oh my gosh, unplug without breaking. Wow, that is terrible. Ah, there we go. Nothing feels outrageously hot on the bottom. Okay. Swapping in the ST225 so that we can get a test with a confirmed functional drive, very recently confirmed functional, so this will be a much better initial test. I just didn't want to risk the other person's drive unless we really needed to. I think we do need to, though. All right, back to here, powering up everything. There's nothing to see on the ST225 for this. That's a lot of sound. Okay, there it goes. All right, shouldn't take too long to boot. There we go. Oh, I never noticed it just tells me what the default password is. I can just copy paste that then. Okay, so MKDIR IBM 5160 ST225 CD IBM 225. We will do setup MFM read. That accessed the drive. The drive is doing something now. Okay, the drive has stopped doing something. How much free space do I have? That's a good question. I have 2.1 gigs available. Okay. All right. With that, I think we're ready to try letting it go. I have no idea how long this is going to take if this works, by the way. You know what we could do? We could find out. It's definitely going. It makes weird sounds. No, what you missed was the pitch of the sound was changing as it was seeking inwards. Like, it was getting closer into the center of the drive, and it's like... Have you ever done the ruler thing, where if you put a ruler on the edge of the table and you twang it, that's closer in, but bring it out? I think it was something like that, where the head was stepping in or out and it was changing the pitch. That's not a table connected to this, by the way. That's distinct, so the vibration would not get through to that. Do I have noise filter on? I do not. Zero bad sectors. Wow, that took 2 minutes. That was super duper fast. HDD needs its own mic then. That would be a little difficult. I am not set up for that right now. You did not have to tell it the number of sectors it has to step up the drive. No. So it can detect the number of cylinders by just stepping until it can't read any more data. And then it can just look for the MFM transitions to be able to see where the sectors are, exactly like how you can do with HXC by bringing in a floppy disk image and looking for the sectors on there. So it's pretty easy to reverse engineer, essentially, the layout of the drive. But if you just want to have the digital data decoded from it, then you need to know it in advance. And that's why the controllers for the drive are so weird. So the MFM emulator can figure it out because it's working with the data at a leisurely pace. But the controllers have to be very specifically configured so that they can just assume that the drive is laid out in a particular way. Make sure you realize 100 HDDs are junk with how long it takes to do full drive read and write. It just seems weirdly leaps and bounds ahead of the floppy stuff. I wouldn't say so. I don't know if it's doing flux type stuff. I don't know how that works, but yeah. But I think that's it. So in this folder now, we now have the data file and the emu file. So the data file is 21 megabytes. So I'm assuming that that is the raw binary decoded data. I might be wrong. And I'm guessing the emu file is probably similar to a flux image from a floppy disk. I am not sure. But that's interesting. So I wonder if you have an unsupported drive if it can't do the data file or something. I don't know. Can we mount the data file? We can do that on the laptop. We're not going to try and do that here. So actually, let me show that off. So now that we know that we have recovered data from here, let's go ahead and pull it off of the BeagleBone to demonstrate that. So we have been doing SSH 192.168.1.11 to log into the device. But if we change out SSH for SCP, then we can provide a folder here. So I'm going to grab the folder that I put the drives into. This is relative to this user's start folder here. We're going to tell it we want all files from there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to comment that out. I'm going to switch to an MFM folder that I made on my laptop here. I'm going to mkdir reads. I'm going to go into the reads dir. And I'm going to just duplicate, actually, mkdir, this folder here. And then now I can copy the, and then I can, and then I can copy the files to my local computer. Like that. What do you mean the same conclusion? Oh, that data file is decoded, emu is flux-ish? All right, so now we can run file on the data file, DOS MBR, DOS version 3.3. Interesting. I've never seen that much information returned from file. But another thing we could do here is we could do fdisk-l, and we can provide it that And we can see that we have our FAT16 partition on that file. So that is our decoded data file from the MFM drive. That is incredible. That is an imaged drive. That is super duper awesome. Oh my gosh. Now, I am curious about the emu file. Just for giggles. I don't expect this to work, but error. Okay. That would have been funny. All right. So, there are some things that we could do here. We could mount this file and then copy the files out of it, because that is just a FAT16 disk image right there. We'll look at that more in a bit. For right now, I would like to get a disk image of the ST412, because that's kind of bugging me that didn't work. Yeah, it's just going to be data. Yeah. What is BeagleBoard? So it is a BeagleBoard Black. It is essentially a Raspberry Pi clone, and that is what is running the MFM emulator drive. All right. Okay, stopping recording. Okay, let's power off the drive emulator. Okay. Well, the hard drive just did stuff. That makes me really glad I switched to having a power strip to shut it off. Oh, you know, actually. Well, it doesn't matter because we can't run it anyway. One moment. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Oh, that did not go well. Older than the Pi and way slower. I did not know that. I don't think there is any way I can park the heads here, Poot. But one of the comments on the video about the 5160 was that the park command might be ship. And that sounds plausible. So when we extract the files, I would like to look to see if there is a ship command in there somewhere. All right, so that drive, golden, totally backed up. That is super awesome to finally be able to say that about an MFM drive. That is really, really nice. I didn't think about it, but I guess it can probably write these back to here as well. In my mind, I was just thinking about writing them to IDE or XTIDE emulator type devices for just replicating the data. But I guess it could probably rewrite an image back to it, which would be kind of cool. But I don't know if that would be a use case that I would ever take advantage of. But this one we can set aside now. I can actually just slide it back into the computer case it came out of. Oh, I can't because I put the screws back in the drive. Okay, I just set that there. Okay, let's take a second crack at this. I'm going to have the camera positioned at the stepper from the start so that we can watch that and see if it moves at all. Because, yeah, that seems to be our main issue at the moment. Yeah, I just hadn't even considered that that's what the one is. Tag the backed up drive. So there's only 2 drives in play, and that one's not mine. It's going away at the end of this, so it's not really going to matter. But I will tag this drive. The SBC intended to be mounted inside an IBM. So you can get it, if you haven't seen it, you can order it with a 3D printed case to mount it like that. I did. I don't think I'm ever going to use it. I ordered it because I like the idea of the board being just protected. I don't want it to be loose. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a wobbly camera. All right, so what you're seeing here is the stepper that drives the head in the ST412. And I want to see if it moves, because it may not have last time, and that might be why the drive didn't respond correctly. So I'm going to turn on the drive and the MFM emulator, and we're going to watch this. I'm going to also give you guys audio from that camera. Test. Yeah, it did not seem like a lot of movement. It should escape that area. All right, once the BeagleBone gets powered up again, I'm going to shut it down, and then I'm going to manually cycle the heads. That's kind of hilarious that it worked the first time when I tried it, and then it didn't 5 years after that. So everyone telling me to lubricate the bearings, you know I did a video about that too, right? just saying. I think I did it first, Ethan. All right, BeagleBone should be booted up. Oh my gosh, I cannot get this weird password they picked. Wait a minute. That was perfect right there. Yeah, that was full movement right there. What? Hold on. Now I just want to power cycle the BeagleBone, but I turned it off. Okay, hold on. That looked great. Yeah, I'm going to power off the drive and let it spin down fully. All right, it's fully spun down. Turning it back on. Little jiggle. All right. We're going to get to the setup MFM read command, and I want to watch this. because it made the head seek on the ST225, so it might do it here too. All right, I'm about to run setup MFM read. Was that like one step? I can't tell. I'm going to try the full-on imaging command. We'll see what happens. I would say that's working. Oh, that was glorious. Okay, so it found 306 cylinders, 10 megabytes. Whoa! Okay. That was interesting there. Ran out of data, byte. Huh, okay. Tim, you might be onto something there. So, 9 bad data. So 9 sectors were bad. Try adding begin time to MFM read command. Okay, I'm going to try adding what it said here. And I'm going to rename both of the files to 2. And we'll see what happens. And that took 1 minute, by the way. It seems to be very proportional to just how big the drive is. So there may be a bad sector on here. I'm not quite sure what it's trying to do. The head is bouncing all over now. I feel like it's trying to move too fast for the drive. I'm going to cancel this, and I'm going to give it the longer version of this number that it keeps giving me. We're going to stay on 2 because I didn't let that finish. So I think it was giving me this one. Okay, let's try this. That's possible, Alan Croft. Kind of Digital Ice Age, yeah. Except there's less infrastructure around the concept because it's way more niche. Interesting. That was different. I want to try just making that number like obscenely big, the whatever begin time is. So we're going to do this one more time. I'm just going to add 2 more digits to this and we'll see what happens. Okay. It did not like that. We'll get rid of 1. Interesting. Okay. So in my chat here, Wizard Tim just pointed out this issue on the GitHub page for, I believe this is the software, about the begin time. And that kind of tracks with what I'm seeing over here. So apparently this is related to the sector timing. For making sure you capture the whole sector packet. So that would explain why my yellowed time is not working correctly. Because it does need to be a very particular time. Intriguing. Also, it's erroring on a different number over there now that I've changed it. So, So I could see, and I'm kind of surprised that they don't do this, I could see wrapping the MFM read command with something that looks for this begin time warning and then rerunning the command with the value that they're specifying there. I'm surprised that they don't do that. They might also be operating on the principle that you just want to get whatever you can on the first pass once it starts rather than like stop and start and try and tune. It is specifying multiple different values, but I suspect that that's just the relative offset. Now, there's a really interesting point that I should make about this particular drive related to IBM PCs. Let me see if I have documentation that actually backs up what I'm about to say, because I think I do. This is the full copy of IBM PC-DOS 3.2 that you would have got with an IBM 5160 or similar type computer from this era. And if I remember correctly in here, it has a really interesting note about hard drives. It's this. There we go. Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and cancel the read. So I want to look through here a bit. Okay. So, wow, this is from 1986. Okay. The nice hard drive sound is now gone. Oh, yeah. Whoops. There you go. That should sound a lot better. Oh, yeah, the phone is off the hook because you guys were being obnoxious. Which might have killed Deck Talk now that I'm thinking about it. Sorry about that. That might explain a few things here, actually. Oops. No, it looks like it was okay. All right. Ubudistas, we are imaging MFM hard drives. Okay. Okay, installing DOS on the fixed disk, 319. Okay. Oh, okay, no, this can do this. Okay.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100 error in command. Please rotate the streamer 90 degrees and try again. End of line.
Okay, so I think we would need an older version of the manual. I'm actually wrong here. So, I think what it is...
says hello Raiders CHEER 100. End of line.
Hello Black Simon and Raiders! But Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. We are currently imaging 5 1/4 inch MFM hard drives using, well, it's just called MFM emulator, but it's an open source project that can access these drives, and it runs a BeagleBone Black on there for providing a Linux interface to this stuff. I am currently looking into an old IBM document for DOS 3.2 because I think this was the first version of DOS that allowed you to format your own hard drive. And it's very possible that this machine came from IBM pre-formatted, and you were not allowed to do that. But I might need to look at a manual for DOS 3.0 or DOS 2 instead. But I thought it had a note that said you couldn't do it previously. But yes, hello and welcome. I hope your stream went well. Let's see.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100 in the style of IBM documents. This checker is intentionally left blank. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, it looks like it's just skipping past it. Installing DOS on there. Huh. It's not even talking about the format command. Okay, well, select. Yeah, it must have been an older one that didn't have the ability to format and partition drives. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate, because, yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Vintage Project, I don't know if you're still here. Here's an IBM document referring to 1.2 meg disks as high capacity. So they actually posted on Mastodon earlier. They got some IBM 5 1/4 inch disks that were labeled as 5 1/4 inch 2HC, and I had never heard of that before because it's HD for high density. But yeah, these are labeled as high capacity for the 1.2 meg disks. That's hilarious. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I have an older IBM manual. But I'll rephrase this. 2 manual gives the instruction for partition formatting your fixed disk. Okay, thank you for looking at that, Ben. Weird. Was it just 1.0 then? Hold on. Let me grab my original setup manual then that comes with DOS 1.0. Didn't support hard disks at all. So, just for giggles, for everyone, it's like impossible to read because it has the Activision label thing going on. But that is DOS. It's 1.0. You'll just have to take my word for it because even me, it's really hard to read. Oh, it's 1.1, actually. Maybe, Ben? That might be it. Remember, listen to your computer. Yeah, low-level formatting is basically just clearing the master boot record, which is a nightmare. That might be what I'm thinking of. Basically wiping the partition table. So I love how this is literally how do you actually use the thing. Okay. You have 2 drive, disk copy. Yeah, there has to be a format command for formatting floppy disks. But it may not support formatting hard drives, is what I think it is. I keep wanting to, like, Control F to look for fixed. Was gone for a bit. What's going on? I wanted to make a point. I should probably stop recording. I wanted to make a point in the video about how the drive might be formatted. But I might not be able to. Okay. Yeah, alright. Is there not an index? Section 4, DOS 2 manual? If that helps. Probably not. Problem determination procedures. Oh, man, that's kind of awesome. Yeah, okay. Options. IBM 80 CPS matrix printer operation, 5¼ inch disk drive. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Does it tell you how to open a floppy drive? Wait a minute. 5-1. We don't have a 5-1. Drat. Prototype card. Now that's cool. All right. This is 1.1. It's guide to operations, actually. But yeah. Oh well. Does that sound familiar to anyone, though? I believe early on, when IBM first offered the hard disks in the XTs, it was not possible to format them. You had to use the system format that was with the hard drive forever. I had one more IBM document over here, but it's just for basic. I might be completely wrong, but I thought that that was the case. That the hard drives were basically kind of like, we got this new thing, it's really convenient, but, you know, it like kind of only barely works. Doesn't sound familiar to me, I'm afraid. If it was, it wasn't really a particular IBM specific thing to do. Okay. Okay. Because reformatting with better interleave was common tip. Interesting. No way to lay down a low-level format. Yeah, I think that that's part of it. Oh well, I might be wrong. All right. And I timed out of my SSH connection. All right, well, I'll just have to figure out how to cut around that. This is why we research, though, because I couldn't back it up, so now it's not going in the video. I mean, being able to do a debug is like a different thing, Lapasic. I'm saying that for like the average user, you wouldn't have a utility. I swear it was a thing where you literally could not reformat the drive. Like, that was it. You got the drive, it was formatted, that was it. You could reinstall DOS on it, you could do all kinds of other things, but you couldn't remove the partition. I swear that was a thing, but I might be wrong. Okay. Trying to figure out why I can't get back into the BeagleBone. Oh, I know why I can't get back in. The keyboard disconnected. I did not need to close that. There we go. All right, well, I'm going to say we have what we're going to get off of the ST412 here. So let's pull these files off of the MFM emulator, get them onto my laptop here, and now we'll go ahead and mount these images and look at extracting files. Although the first thing I want to try and do is diff the first image and the second image to see if there was any kind of change in what data it was able to recover. I think it said 9 bad sectors on both, so it might not be anything, but I'm just curious to see what that looks like. But let's go ahead and mkdir here, make that cd412, and then we will do the same scp command, but we're going to grab 412 and put all those here. And I screwed that up. It's FDisk format? All right. Well, I appreciate you testing that, Ben. All right. So vbin diff, we're going to do data file and data file 2. And there are no differences between the two images. Okay. Other than all the differences between the two images? What? Wait, why is all of the data different? What on earth? So data file 2 didn't work? Huh. So data file 2 was the one where we did the read with the offset thing that it wanted. But it's the first read that's actually better. That's weird. It would get read by the machine itself. I guarantee it. I don't think we're going to actually do that today, though. But I'm confused because the command history's gone because I closed the terminal improperly, but I thought... Huh. No, the third run I tried weird parameters. And the third run didn't finish. The second run I used the parameter it wanted. You guys are kind of mixing them up. First run, here, let's just do it one more time. We'll just do the whole thing one more time. Okay, I'm gonna replicate the steps that I used to read this drive. And I want to see if we get the same thing, because when I ran the plain command here with no offset value, that seems to be the data file that was good, even though it complained a bunch. So we'll do this. And then we'll see, I believe it's going to yell at us about an offset. And then we'll rerun it with the offset. So here we go. Begin time 57,6000. Okay. Now we're going to add begin time. And then 2 and 2. It does not, Ben. And I am seeing what you guys are saying. Culminated if I can. I don't know how, because the command doesn't really seem to be well documented. I don't know if it's stuck in a loop here or not. I'm going to guess it is. That does seem pretty good there, Paul Guy, actually. However, I don't see a way of skipping to a particular sector and just reading that. If cylinder head is specified, we'll analyze what specific track header format. No spaces can be in the optional parameters. Cylinders, number of cylinders. Drive number to select for reading. Heads, yeah, I don't see a seek option. Did I run analyze on it? I'm pretty sure, but I would have to double check. Oh, wait, let me just do this. Yes. It's trying different cylinders? Where are you seeing the cylinders? Yeah, 130, 129. 129. 130. Oh, you mean that thing that's scrolling up there? That's a different cylinder? Oh. So this would take forever. Okay. Interesting. Well then, so the begin time is useless. Because that's just wrecking the data, essentially. So here's what begin time is described as in the documentation for this command. The number of nanoseconds to delay from index to start reading track. So as the platter spins around, it will get to position 0 and then wait to start reading. So that's an amount of gap after the index. So we're just missing a bunch of it because we're probably reaching the index again and then moving to the next cylinder if it's too long. All right then. Yeah, I am going to cancel this. Okay. So for this drive, we're just going to have to rely on that. Okay, I'm going to rerun the first command because it takes literally 1 minute. And I want to see what sectors it says are bad. Cylinder 30, head to, what is it doing? Didn't it just read it? Oh, that was the scan. Okay, format. Sector 17, heads for cylinders 306. Begin time 220,000. Okay, so about 10% of the way through the data, there is bad data. So that's probably the same on what we just pulled off. So let's look at this file in mhex. One moment. I'm trying to figure out how to do hex division without involving Python. One moment. Helen Croft, may I have permission to use Python as a calculator because I need to do hex-based division. I want the address of 10% through the drive. Five minutes? What does 5 minutes mean? Fine, you guys are going to be all little jerks about it. Fine. I think 5 minutes was permission that I had 5 minutes of usability, but fine. Here we go. You think you could stop me? I did not unplug the phone. I took the handset off of the ringer. Ha! Hex calculator. What are you gonna do now? Okay, so it's A to A 8, yeah, 2 8 F why is there an E? 8 FF 0 divided by A equals, that seems too round. Why is it so dirty? Because it came from a Goodwill. And I thought it was broken, actually. I didn't know it worked. Do I just ask why there's an E on a hex calculator? Yes. Yeah, why does it go up to E? It's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Wait, now the number's gone. Drat. Hold on, I'm gonna try something. F. No. A plus 1 equals B. Okay, so it does output correctly. Okay. So A2 8 FF 0 divided by A equals, it's just coincidentally an integer that would fit in base 10. Okay, so then we go back to here. G, control G, absolute 0x104198. Okay. Is that our dead data right there? Because everything else is E5s.
Ultimate says caution, your brain is overheating. Reduce workload or increase ventilation and or coffee intake immediately. CHEER 100. End of line.
So we got 1. No, that's the selected area. Okay. So we have valid data before and after. This might be our bad section right here. Now, it was possible for the machine, I don't know how to turn this thing off. Oh, that might be why I don't put batteries in it. Because it also works as a clock and it's always running. It's not broken, it's dumb. That's what the problem is. Okay. Batteries are removed. You can't redeem set clock. Ha! Okay. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. I just, yeah. Coffee intake, I'll do that one. Yeah, E5 is unused. Yeah, that's the same as we got from the CPM disks when they're like full formatted. So let's see if this data makes sense contiguously. So random bunch of F's, pipes, and G's, okay, as some of the things that I'm seeing. And then not quite the same, but I'm getting a similar vibe. Digital Ice Age, yeah. Kinda. Could be a new Tech Tangents t-shirt. Yeah, I'm inclined after reviewing the hex data to believe that this is a mapped section of bad sectors that were known by the drive and formatted around. That's my suspicion. What did the drive come out of? My IBM 5160. Love vibes-based binary analysis. Oh, Majenko, I know files don't have to be contiguous. That's why I'm looking at that. Or unless you mean, I mean, the chances are good that it's contiguous. Let's be real. The chances are very high that the data would be contiguous. Especially when I'm seeing this kind of stuff that looks like initial setup data. Ooh, I do like that idea. So yeah, MS-DOS 5, that tracks for what I remember. Try running binwalk. I don't remember what binwalk is. All right, someone here, actually we're not recording, so let's just do this. Perfect. Okay. One of my viewers, as I'm doing this live, had a really good suggestion to try and mount the drive with PCEM or 86 box here. So we're going to try that. I think that'll work with the XTIDE because it's not like the data has anything to do with an MFM drive. So we'll see if this boots here. There should be DOS 5 on here. So let's see what this does.
CART 1443 subbed as prime and says end of line. End of line.
Cart 1443, thank you for the Prime sub there and for 30 months. I appreciate that. All right, if this works correctly, it should boot up into some like Norton file browser manual thing, or menu thing if I remember correctly. This may not be working. And the disk specification was set basically automatically. 306 cylinders, 4 heads, 17 sectors matches what we got out of the MFM emulator. This not booting is actually kind of a bad sign. This should boot. I don't think it's gonna. I don't like this. Yeah, we can do that, Helen Croft. Why? I was spamming A. There we go. Okay, maybe my setup's broken. uh, what? Okay, there we go. Okay, so it can read the drive. Why didn't it boot from it? Maybe it was just taking too long. Just for giggles. Can I execute? Ooh, that's weird. Why? Hmm. It shouldn't be in the bad sectors. That worked. Ball guy, it's the same as the original machine. Yeah, I do get what you guys are saying about the file inodes, basically. I get it. Well, right now we can't see anything because, yeah, it did die. I would have thought that would be something that the data file output would have had done already, Majenko. I would have thought the emu file would have been the original interleave, but the data file would not have been. Are we going to have to de-interleave this? You know what? I'm thinking actually here. I want to just go do some reading. I think it's manual time. One moment. Okay. Hold on. I'm just going to get chat over here. All right. Not that. If interleaving is actually an issue, then I need to understand how to set the interleave on this stuff. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I need to go look for, Matrox. Okay. So this is the manual and documentation for the open source version of this stuff. So yeah, we need to figure this out. MFM reader usage information, extracted data file to emulator file converter. What is this? EXT to MU converts data file to an emulator file. Number of cylinders, emulation, bit, interleave. Sector interleave of the track to use first parameter is value to increment the sector number by interleave sectors on the track. If interleave not specified. Default of 1 is used. A sector parameter is value interleave not checked. Use analyze on existing disk image. Determine proper value. Subtract first 2 number printed for interleave and use that value. So for example, below use 7. Subtract first 2 number. That'll be 0 and 7. And use, wait, subtract. What? Yeah, Hammy's Hangout, I kind of figured that. That's the flux file that's only useful for that thing. Kind of like, well, Matrox, but it doesn't specify that order. I mean, that's kind of really, really confusing. Because the other thing is if I subtracted this number from this number, it would also be 7. This is a really bad example. If you're correct, that's fine. I'll take your word for it. But that's bad. Should be 7 between every pair. Oh, okay, so it's the difference. Yes. It's the difference. Okay. But that would be the interleave number. All right. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's the same as floppies. Got it. Okay. It's just that's. Yeah. All right. This is poorly worded. Because I knew what an interleave was going into this, and I felt like I didn't coming out of that. Okay. There is an interleave. Does it explain what the commands do? Okay. To process previously read raw transitions data, analyze, determining decoding parameters, or they're manually specified file creator. Okay. You transitions raw out to, okay, it's raw transitions file. What? Wait, what? There's 3 outputs you can get? Decoded or emulation. Okay, we can get MFM transition data, decoded data, or emulation data. So we are not capturing all possible data. Yeah, we want that. I mean, we don't need it. There's nothing we can do with it. But that allows us to re-decode based on the look of it. Emulation, I don't know what the deal is with that. I'm going to guess that this is this plus metadata sprinkled on it to make it easier to use. So it should be decoded already, essentially. So if the interleave is wrong that it detected, that could explain it. But we do not have the analysis tools that we do with floppy disks to be able to check this stuff. Platypus, yes. So the device can both read a drive in as well as emulate it out effectively. So it can be a drive. So that's what the emulate output is for. It is some kind of emulation specific file. Should be able to figure this out for itself. Sector IDs are in the address headers. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe it is not an addressing issue. This is a weird problem. Well, Hammy's Hangout, can you see, if you've used this a bunch, can you identify any immediate issues that I have caused? Why would this ST412 not work with the command here? So I use the Decromancer's example command right here to read the drive. Is there a reason that would not work and give me a data file that is not bootable? I mean, it was warning about some kind of read errors, but I don't know. Looks like the correct command. Okay. Wimpmeister, no, it does not. Because this was the first drive. It was the only layout. So the controller can only work with that particular drive. There is no other configuration for it to use. I left it running over there. We can mess with this here still. So let's make our own command for this. So SSH 192.168.1.11. All right. Yep. Okay. You know what I would like to do? I would like to stop typing the password. Yeah, that's basically what I'm about to do. Hammy's Hangout. Yeah. I don't have caps lock on. What? Pasting the password. Oh, I forgot to specify the user. That's one nice thing about owning and operating all of your own Linux computers. But I never use Linux computers I don't set up. Okay. Fine, fine, fine. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to start with their command. But then we're going to add the transitions file. Oh my gosh. I forget what key that is. It's labeled eject on my keyboard because I'm using weird keycaps. I don't remember what scan code that is. Oh my gosh! I'm being driven nuts by Control-Shift-C not copying in Firefox. One of these days I need to figure out a way of making that work for that. Okay. So we're going to get that. Okay, is there anything else in here? Version number, quiet, don't print. I mean, I don't know why we would ever not want to print anything. Extra T? Oh, those are both. Got it. Okay, cylinders, CRC. Parameters for sector data, initial audio. I literally don't know what I can do with that. Drive number to select for reading. Doesn't impact us. Extracted data file. Extracted data file. Okay. File name to write decoded data to. No file created if not specified. Data is always in logical sector order. Interleave is removed. If drive has metadata for the sectors, it will be extracted to filename.metadata. What? drive metadata. It's got to be for some, like, weird stuff. I don't know. So, yeah, it should not be that. I'll look at the example. And I saw about using the parameter. Still, I'm more concerned right now about reading through these. So, head 3-bit, select 3-bit head encoding used by this controller, which I don't believe works for us. More CRC stuff that doesn't matter for us. The number of heads is maybe specified with the analyze to force more heads if read to be read if analyze determines a wrong number. I assume you would utilize this, or this I should specify, if you happen to know. Because unless I went and I looked up the manual for the drive, there's literally no way I could know. Ignore seek errors. Ignore mismatch between expected cylinder and actual cylinder. Primary use is process files from disks read without decoding the data. No analyze. Head seek errors. May also be useful with drives that have seek problems that the attempt to correct for makes things worse. Error messages may be confusing because some use expected cylinder, which wouldn't match actual cylinder. If same cylinder read twice when sequence attempted, good sectors may be overwritten with bad data. Second read, if multiple cylinder data is seen during attempts to read one track, it will not correct to determine which sectors. Okay, okay, yes. Logical sector numbers. So you can either specify an interleave skip count or offset, however you want to think about it, or you can specify an actual order. That's weird. String stored in header of transition and emulation file for information about the image. MFM util will display. Okay, so note. That one's not bad. Enables microstep drive recovery mode. Some drives support this mode for error recovery if a jumper is installed. Some CGI drives have this capability. Others might also. I'm going to guess this doesn't work anymore. Well, that's right. Web browsers decided to start being jerks. What do you mean no longer used? The note is no longer used? I wanted to extract files. Sanity. I wanted to boot images of the drives. I wanted to extract files. I wanted to look for the part command on the ST225. This is not going the way that I wanted it to. This is almost looking like we may continue tomorrow. The interleave command. Oh. Wait, they no longer use this parameter. Then what does? Oh, if I can get a just standard image, that part's easy. Getting the files out is easy. That's why I wasn't even bothering trying it with what we had, because if it's working, then it's not an issue. But it does not seem to be working. I don't know if there's a way for us to know this. Hold on. This could be relevant. Some Xbox controller write the data, the sector following the header with matching sector number. This corrects the data written to the extracted file. If generating an extracted data file from an XBAC controller, check the data correct. Is correct. If not, try this option. We need to go try that option. That's our problem, I bet. Write the data, the sector following. Huh. I mean, I need to say this is not meant as an insult. Based on reading this, the person who is writing this documentation does not seem to be a native English speaker, okay? They're speaking English better than whatever I could speak their language as, or however I could speak their language. But I'm trying to parse this as best I can to understand the intent of the message. But I think it's worth rerunning the command with just this. Because that's an XBEC controller that my 412 is on. So we're going to do this. And we're just going to run that. Oh, great. I did the weird thing. Okay. Or Zexbeck, however it is. Okay, so bin full read. Wait, is that depreciated? If not, try this option. It's not there? Do I need to run it on the util? Okay, so I may need to do it here. This doesn't have it either. Where do you see that it's depreciated? The word depreciated is not on this page. Some XBEC controller write the data, the sector following the header with the matching sector number. This corrects the data written to the extracted file. If generating an extracted data file from a XBEC controller, check the data is correct. If not, try this option. Not there. Doesn't say it's depreciated. That word, also not there. Yeah, okay, that's deprecated. Fine. Yes, yes, blah, blah, blah. It's neither. I'm only irritated because that's probably our issue, and I don't understand. Let's go to the Git repo. Oh my gosh, what? I just want to make sure that it's actually there. It's mentioned in the latest commit. Oh my gosh, is it that new? Seriously? It's that new? Well, that's just to the documentation. When was the option added? Added XMAC SKU to handle a sector for some XMAC controller. This was, I mean, it was added when? Because I didn't think it was that recent. October 31st, 2024. Okay, that's medium recent. Okay. Okay. Controller. Hold on. I don't know what the number would relate to, but time to do that reimage using the SD card. Well, it's allowing us to save files, so I think we just need to actually fix the Git repo. Okay, so cd opt MFM. Okay, git status. Okay, git poll. Okay, so insufficient permission for adding objects. Okay, ls-la root Debian la dot get objects. Debian root. So at some point, root was used to modify this. So let's do sudo ch own Debian -r star. Okay. Git poll. Insufficient permissions. Root. Okay. Git poll. There we go. Okay. All right. ls make Yeah, I've never actually tried to do a wildcard match. I didn't know it would automatically ignore hidden files, or wildcard match on hidden files. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be fast. But it needs to compile to, like, the stupid uh, ARM processor. Jeez. Okay. How far out of date was the code? Let's see. I don't know. That's a whole lot. 11 files changed, 113 insertions, 36 deletions. So that doesn't seem too bad. Okay. Now. X-Back. Yes. Okay. There we go. CD. X-Back. The full read. I was looking at the commit date. It was from October for the X-Back thing. Full read. Oh my gosh. This is not going to take long. You know, actually, we'll install vbin diff on here. Totally no clue what happened here. There, Black Magic. Okay, so Vintage Project, I'll catch you up. There was a commit to the tools for the MFM emulator that added support for a XBEC controller, which just so happens to be the kind that I got with my IBM 5160. At least I believe so, because that's an XBEC controller chip right there. And I was not able to boot my image after I made it. So it seemed like something was wrong. And I couldn't get the tool to recognize the parameter. And it looked like it was because it was just slightly out of date, because this commit happened in October of last year, kind of recent. So it looks like Decromancer has an existing build file that they could update to include this new option for the tools, so that I just happened to need the newest revision for this. So 5160 shipped with XBAC controllers from the get-go? Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, that appears to have been what happened. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do what I said. It's sudo apt. Oh, that's just full apt. Okay. Install vbin diff. I'm willing to burn some mega. Really? You don't have vbin diff apt update? But yeah, it seems like I needed to update the software for it. Oh. That's unexpected. They have a custom repo. Huh. Right before vbin diff was written. Okay, try one more time. There we go. Okay. Got to add one to the app counter. So Yakety Yam, the app counter was for when I was using Arch and I was not using Pac-Man or Yum or DNF or whatever and was defaulting to typing apt. That was what the apt counter was for, because that was one of the reasons why I did not stick with Fedora when I tried that for DaVinci Resolve, because apt is too ingrained. So yeah, that's why the apt counter. Okay, so now we can bin diff data file to IBM 4112 data file, and there's no differences. Why are they not different? If it's not different, it's not going to boot. Controller shifts the sectors by 3 from what is recorded in the header. We only handle 17. Using num sectors doesn't work with analyze. Okay. I did add the expect skew argument. We can even see it in the command history here. So there it is from there. Well. What controller type did it think it was? Does it say that? Did the data after the bad track get put into the correct place? I don't know. So I don't know about the format. What are the format options? But I would have expected this to change something. What are the format options then? Track format. Use dash format help to list all currently supported formats. Okay, let's just take a look at that. So the begin time argument, Vintage Project seems to make it worse. We did try that previously, but it didn't like it. So it starts with a default value. Here, begin time is 220,000. It wants this, but it seems to be that it's erroring on one or on like 9 sectors. So I don't think we actually want that. I think we just have to put up with this. It looks like there's some bad sectors on the drive, but everything else reads correctly. It just doesn't seem to be in the right places. But yeah, let's try format help. So MFM util format help. Oh, hello. Well, I might need to specify one of those. I don't know which one though. So I see a ROM looking doodad that's got 104648. That doesn't match any of those. There's a chip, but that's 3198. That's none of those. I think we just try doing every single one of these and see what we get. Oh my gosh, there's so many. What? Holy moly. I do have a transition file I can do it again, so I saved that this time. How are these specified? Yeah, we're not going to hit the drive every time. I did it one last time to get the transitions file. How are these specified? I want to know now. This seems like the disk def of the MFM world. I want to know. No, but I want to I mean, can I add a format? So like, let's say I look in my HP 7959B here, and it turns out it has an MFM drive. I suspect it's a SCSI drive because it's enormous. But let's say it's MFM in there, and I want to image it, and it has a unique controller that I can somehow reverse engineer how it works. How are formats stored? Okay. Because also, I wouldn't mind contributing formats back. I mean, I say that. I've never bothered actually sending any of mine back to Greaseweasel. It's because it's one of those things where it's really difficult to tell whether or not you have it correct. Pretty sure some of them are, but... Oh, well. Well, let's look at the command down here, the MFM util, otherwise spectrum. Okay, util transitions file, out file, read, decode. Okay, so we can do that, and then we can specify this. Do we do an analyze on this, or does it do it automatically? I don't know how this is going to work. So we're going to do mkdir more. So this, okay, let's not do that. Let's open Kate here. Paste that, and then it's going to be transitions file. And then format. We're just going to go down the line. Go. Okay. Next one. Hard-coded and include MFM decoder. Okay. That's still modifiable. MFM Inc. MFM decoder. Okay. So this is going to be a big file. Controller, UN8, R. Okay, I'm just curious how they even specify this stuff. Wait a minute. What? Did they define controller? Factor numbers. Okay, so drive, but that's still, is this like a namespace or line 455? It doesn't like that number. There aren't that many. The last line? What? Oh, I wasn't looking for the XBEC stuff specifically, but I don't know. All right, well, we'll not worry about that. Vim being silly, that's fine. All right, this, go. Oh, wait a minute. Was it complaining? Requires dash analyze. Oh, hold on. Well, I mean, if you know you need it, just add it. That's not reading the drive, by the way. That's just how long it takes for it to process the data, apparently. Okay, maybe yoinking the transition file and offloading that to a fast computer will be the way to go in the future. For right now, I'm just going to do it on here. And also, I'm going to go ahead and just grab the other values. So we're going to cycle through, stick them right there so I don't have to scroll back up. Sorry, as minus 0 degrees on the XBEC controllers, IBM shipping in 516 is mentioning the actual controller types. I think it's niche knowledge to even care. I remember when I did the video about the computer, I think there were some people that seemed to think in the comments that controller was unusual, and I think they wanted me to try and dump the ROM. I haven't gotten around to that. I mean, there's a million things to do out there, but so maybe it's unusual. So if this doesn't work, that might be on me, and I need to provide the ROM or something somewhere. Watch, it is a weird one, and the cables are different. Diego, you need to zero out the header section, or not the header, the boot sector section. There's a DOS utility called wipe disk that can do that. Or if you can access it from Linux, just DD a couple megabytes of zeros to the beginning of the drive. Niche, yes, minus 0 degrees. Page categorizes various. Yeah. Tried wipe disk, didn't work. Ah, that's weird then. I don't know. All right, so we now have, under more, that's 4 variants. Weren't there 5? How am I missing one? Oh, because I didn't get this one. All right. This will be the last variant, and then we can see if any of these will boot. We're going to have to go back over to the laptop for that because I don't believe I have 86 box set up over here. We're going to use the boot test as the validation of whether or not the images are correct. Although we can just, for giggles, vbin diff data file to more xback 10 4 5 256. No differences found. Don't like that. Okay. 10 5 2 7 5 12. No differences found. Did I test the image of the other drive? No, I have not. No differences. Why are they all the same? They're all identical. What? That wasted all that time. Okay. Let's go try and boot the ST225 image. I think that's a worthwhile thing just as a validating test. Okay. Come on, where's my mouse? Oh, it's trapped. Okay. Folders. Wake up, keyboard. That validates that perhaps the image is actually right. No. Those should have been different. That made no sense. Something is not working correctly. I am now anticipating we will be continuing this tomorrow and not doing the thing that I initially wanted to do. Oh, wait. No, I don't want that. I want this. Okay, hard disks. This thing. Remove. Existing. It's going to go 0, 0. Specify the thing. It is a disk. ST225 cylinders, blah, blah, blah. 20 megabytes. It's got all that. Okay. Go. See what Linux finds. Try copying files off. I mean, we can do that after this. I have a feeling this one's going to just boot. Yeah, but Paul Guy, again, I would have thought specifying a different format would have changed something in the decoding process. Something does not seem to have worked correctly here. I do need to re-image the ST225, though, before we're done, because I didn't get the transitions file for it. Connect a real hard drive to an old machine. You have to set the drive geometry. It won't work right. It's the same apply to DOSBox. DOSBox is not an emulator, so no. This you do, but this will also guess the sector layout. It did do that here. Not if there was nothing wrong with the original decode. But then my new decode should have been wrong. This is going to boot. So there's something weird with this drive. That just worked. So All right. I'm now recording for, maybe I'm going to edit this. I don't know. Right now, I just want to go bash my head against a wall. But, all right, here we go. Okay. After much research and finagling and other things, that is the ST225 disk image booted in 86 box. You'll probably recognize this if you saw the 5160 Nightmare diagnostics video. That is how that machine boots up there. Although it's not stuck on loading the virus protection stuff. There's just more screen down there. Oh, for giggles, do we have a ship command? Ship. No, we don't. Okay, that was a command that someone had recommended as the park command for the hard drive. But anyway, that disk image worked. Okay, hold on, I need a prop. However, actually, you know what, let's do this. However, I still haven't got a bootable read out of this ST412. And it's looking like it's because of the controller that it came with. I am really frazzled with this video. This thing is very on my fringe knowledge here. But I still haven't got a good read out of this ST412. And I think it's because of this. The MFM controller, which is a XBEC controller that appears to uniquely format the drive, or at least the way that it addresses the drive is unique. Support for XBEC formats was only added about 3 months ago, October of last year. This is January of the next year, so doesn't seem like maybe everything is in place to be able to decode this yet. I'm still working on that. But yeah, so it looks like I found an edge case here where the initial 5160s were shipped with a very strange drive controller, and it is not yet known how to decode this. Now, unlike the Grease Weasel stuff where you can just, open the flux transitions files in HXC and look at the sector data for the MFM stuff, it's a little different here because well, we don't have a visualizer for the MFM data from this. If someone were really raring to go on it, you could possibly convert the MFM transition data that you can get out of this to something like CryoFlux stream files to view in HXC, but as far as I'm aware, that doesn't exist right now. So there is no way to decode this stuff to try and peek and poke at what it needs to be set up as. So I'm going to see if maybe I'm doing something wrong and that the new XBAC stuff that's been added to the software needs some other parameters that I'm not providing. But for right now, I haven't been able to verify my read of this thing. Now, I did get a transitions file image from this, which I don't think is ever going to be out of date. And once a different decoder becomes available that'll work, that will be able to convert this into a bootable decoded image. But for right now, I can't do that. But I have got the highest level of archival data from this that I already can. So at least that has happened. Don't care about the pronunciation, whatever. Did see something in the file listing. So park, disk, park, none of those work. Park. It's also possible that the ST225 just doesn't need that. I don't know. So, dir, what about dir? dir/p. Okay, fast X, fast E, TT, which we know is typing tutor, lottery. PC vol, scan disk log, test, B12, needs, Charlie's. We're definitely not looking in that. Yeah, none of that there. 225 needs parking, 215 doesn't. CD, tools, dir. I don't remember there being anything in there. I don't know. Dir, ASQ. I have no idea what that is. I don't think it's in tools. Yeah, I don't know. We should get the transitions file for the 225, though. I think that would be a good idea here. All right, so I am gonna power cycle or power down the thing every single time. I can't not. It feels so wrong. The park was on the other disk. What do you mean the other disk? There was only one hard drive in there. There would be in DOS. If it was a pre-configured system, I could see that. We can look for that in a little bit. Okay. That's shut down. Shutting down the drive. Okay. I'm satisfied that that's stalled. Okay. We're down. The other disk, yes. So, Paul Guy, that's what I am about to do. I'm about to make the transitions file for that. That way we can redecode that if needed later. I don't think we're going to need to, but that gives us all of the options. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if that's supposed to be pin 1 or not, but there's like a marking on these connectors that show where the key position would be. All right, let's get this booted. Stupid speed bump with the Xbox controller. Whatever, just bring a towel, yeah. Okay, so that works. And now let's do SSH-copy ID from this system. That way I can stop having to type that in. Pass. Nope. Temp. PWD. How is that drive louder? Sanity, I've read the books. Listen to the radio plays, watch the movie, watch the TV show. So, Hammy's Hangout, I believe that was the read from the ST412, yeah. I just wish we knew how to decode it. That's really bugging me. Okay, so we're going to do, let's just go to the 225. Okay. mkdir full cd full. Oh, I can't type. That's what the problem was. I have no excuses this time. This is the keyboard I built. Okay. Let's get the Duracells out of here. I don't need people wondering why there's random batteries there. All right, I've got the 225 connected back to the emulator. and I'm going to do a full write of this. I have put a file. I have made a file for doing a full read, just as my own command here. So this is what I was first trying to do. There's some kind of skew offset that you need to do for these controllers that came with the 5160. I don't know. This is weird, but we're going to get rid of that for this drive. But more importantly, we're going to save this. This is the transitions file. So this is the flux level data that I was talking about. So we definitely, so we definitely want that. So we're going to run this command on the 225 now, but I did not do the setup. So yeah, that didn't work. Setup, MFM, read. All right, so now we're ready to do this. Ben, I could upload the image somewhere. I would not mind getting assistance. Did get all the bytes, they're just in the wrong order, so you have the known binary, you can figure out how it was changed around. Yes. Oh! This is a chance for you guys to hear this. Do you hear the pitch change there as the head moved in and out? It's really weird. Revision C or revision board. Revision C detected. Oh, so it's the setup here versus this. So setup MFM is a just a bash script. And then this is a compiled program. I guess it doesn't matter if it's C or D for that or something. I don't know. It's all confusing. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this more tomorrow, I think, because we still haven't emulated a drive. I just realized we have to do this full circle. We have to emulate a drive. I don't think we're emulating the X-Back, that's for sure. So we're gonna have to do the SC225 and the Nightmare 5160. I don't wanna. Why did my drive have to be the weird one? Emulate the broken image on the X-Back controller to see if it works. Ooh, that is interesting, actually. Oh, is that it? It's done. Okay. All right. Can't believe you're still watching. We'll be ending in 19 minutes-ish. So, our difference between here, diodes block powering back through the terminators, no change usage. Okay, that's good. At least we have CD Remix Python to look forward to this weekend. Yeah, sure. We're not getting to that. I wished we were, but we're not. I had a whole thing planned because it's your drive. You don't do... Not weird. Yeah, really. Maybe I'll spend more time tomorrow morning trying to find the ST225 that I have. See if we can use that. Oh, next weekend. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's stuff that I can't do at home. I should stop recording. Does the MFM drive also have connectors that somebody messed with? So it's actually the drive from that computer that's the one that's working. My drive was from the computer that I just turned it on and it was fine. Yeah. Come the Going Live channel never gets updated because I forgot it existed. It's too much stuff. I don't care about all of that. It's just...
Edio OK subbed as tier 1 and says, end of line.
Edio, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 35 months. Holy moly. Thank you for the tier 1 for 35. That is that many. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Wow. Yeah. Channel from channel list, maybe. Okay. All right, what do we want to do? Oh, I know what I want to do. I want to get all of the files off of the BeagleBone and onto my laptop. Do I have two terminals open? I do. Okay. So I want to do this. CD, MFM, reads, mkdir, all. I'm not lazy. You're lazy. Because I'm definitely not doing this. Can't download, not a regular file, not a regular. You can't do recursive -R. A. Ooh, nice, Helen Croft. Okay. One moment. I just want to bring up the documentation without also doxing myself. Okay. So it's emulator. Reader usage. So what am I missing? So we did do the automatic analyze on this, and it didn't work. So sectors, blah, 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 format, blah, blah. We don't need to specify the format when we read it, do we? Could that be it? Maybe we should try that at least once. Let's try specifying one of the 256B formats at least once during a read. Because that was a read where it had a format set. I mean, that could just be for the decoding, but let's give it a shot. I mean, I'm running dry on other things to try, but come on, it's so high up in the command history. It would have been fewer key presses just to type sudo power off now. There it is. Sunk cost fallacy. Okay. Wait for that to go. Okay, did second seek. And now I'm powering off. Okay. Swapping drives. Mighty Halo, I thought I had proven Control R sucks. It's not that good. There is a way of searching history, but it's not worth using. Okay. It's not great, but it's not that awful. Yeah, but it doesn't autocomplete in the ways that you would think and that are actually useful. Okay. I will say, overall, I like how robust this is. This feels good. Hello, Charles. We are currently reading a hard drive from, this is like, what's the date on the chips here? I haven't actually looked. From 1984. So, 41-year-old hard drive here. Using a modern low-level disk imaging tool. And trying to figure out why this particular drive is being a little booger. Outbid in closing seconds? That's unfortunate. Okay. So, let's do this again. But then we'll add back onto here the XBEC SKU. All right. And then we'll also add on format. And then we're going to have to specify one of these. MFM, util, -- format, help. So let's do this one. And then we'll do another full read. Like, why not? From 1984, then you have to talk to it only in doublespeak using pretty brute ideas. Oh, gosh. Start typing command, page up, page down. MFM. No, that just puts tildes. Now, maybe like a ZSH or some other fancy pants thing. Okay. Boom. All right, we'll try this. I think we put an XBAC folder in here, right? So, okay, so CD, XBAC, and then, you know what? No. mkdir, format. Just have all the stupid folder names. All right, and now we're going to do this.
Chloroku says CHEER 100. My shell does not wear pants, fancy or otherwise. My shell is happily nudist. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Drive selected without... Oh, yeah. Setup. MFM. Read. At least it doesn't work without that. All right, so format. Wait, what? I manually specified the format and it didn't use it. Read errors trying to determine sector numbering. Results may be in error. Hold on. Why? What? No. Format. I set the format. Unless... I know what I did. Cancel. Welcome to Shelby Teaches You How to Write Shell Scripts. On today's lesson... Oh, no, I did do it. I thought I missed this. Why did format not get set? What happens if I get rid of or make the format wrong? It doesn't like it. So it read it. It just didn't respect it. Needs to be first? All right. We know XBEC SKU gets used because it still shows up. Not using that format. Yeah, I'm wondering if Analyze is doing it. That's not the one I want. So Analyze might be overruling that. No, Ben, when it gets to the part where it says command line to read disks, it's doing this. You know what we could do? Got an idea. What if we just do that? What? But then you don't use XBack. You know what? We'll let it run. Maybe it does it at the end. We'll vbin diff it to the other files and we'll see. Wait, still 5 head 1. What? Yeah, so Season B, the XBack one specifically states that it needs it. I mean, there are multiple XBack ones. Maybe one of the other ones doesn't require Analyze. I'm gonna guess it's not broke and that it's doing something weird. So there are other options for that. somewhere. So we could try this with the other things. Try XSpec format without the SKU. You might need 512B format. I think you picked 256. We can try that. That would make sense. Try IBM 3174. So we have 3 things here. IBM 3174, XSpec format without XSKU, and then the 512B format. We have 1 minute. I think all of these are valid. The XSpec format, or the 512B, is one I can try without having to do a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to try that one. Not Vim. Seems different. What are you doing there? Drive doodad? Somehow my release video notification is off by 1 week. Well, this is interesting. Perhaps is not happy. I want to try something. Setup underscore MFM read. Okay, I saw the head twitch. Huh. All right, we'll try Mighty Halos thing, and then that's it. SKU, analyze. Drive must between 1 and 4. So we need all that other nonsense. Whoa. Some controllers need that. Data compare byte, not something. Retries failed, 0, 0. Power cycling, get to a known good state. I mean, I would really like to, but that sounds like a tomorrow thing. So, yeah, all right. Well, that was fun. Sudo power off. I don't think I even want today's footage, so I am going to start by formatting all of the drives from today, tomorrow morning, and then we will start from scratch. So, what did we learn today? I don't know. No, we did get it to work with the drive that's less dumb. We have a good read of the ST225. I was going to bring back that person's computer tonight, but now I'm going to keep it because I should show it emulating a drive, and clearly I'm not going to be able to emulate this thing. So, yeah.
Sleepy developer says CHEER 100 disk format reinstall do da. End of line.
Sleepy, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so how to update the software. That's what we learned. I mean, I was pretty simple, actually. Probably helped that it was already on like a known development environment. What's tomorrow? More of the same because we didn't finish. I don't know if we have everything in place to be able to properly image and decode this drive, but I don't feel like we've exhausted all of the options yet. So we're going to continue. I am torn between doing more cleaning, which I have been doing, or trying to find the other ST225 that's mine, and then my MFM controller that may or may not work with it. I don't know, because I feel like this thing is not a great way to go. Why does it use Cat6 and RJ45 connector? Because it's a full Linux computer that I'm SSHing into. That's why. No analyze, no skew in 256. It's a thought for tomorrow. You can write it down or put it in Discord or something. Do we need to image a drive as is or clone the data using real controller? Forget about it. I've already done that. It's less about do I need the data, which I already know is kind of meh and not that important, and more about what if I end up with a different 5160 that has this drive in it that has important data on it? If this thing can't do this, it's kind of failing at the objective that I set forth for it. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, this feels like it should have been the easiest possible use case. A 5160 IBM PC with a hard drive, that doesn't seem tremendously exotic to me. So that's why I'm a little surprised here that this isn't like super duper turnkey. If I were developing one of these, this would have been literally the first device that I targeted. But on the other hand, MFM hard drives suck. So I don't know. Maybe this is just really difficult to solve as a problem. So I don't know. So, oh well. It is the end of the stream time, though. We need to wrap this up. So let's run the outro. All right. Well, we will be continuing this tomorrow, because I have not tried all of the possible variations of commands that we can do. So we still need to try and work this out. Maybe there's somewhere I can ask about this, because I would like to know more. Maybe there are other people who have figured this out or understand what the XSpec, whatever stuff can do. So yeah, I will try to remember to look into and ask around about this thing this evening. Maybe we'll figure something out. So yeah, but yeah, for right now, we're not done. We're coming back to this tomorrow. So if you enjoyed this stream and want to see more of this tomorrow, then you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's going to be it today, and I will see you all next time. And yeah, Ben, I can upload it. I don't know how big the transitions file is, actually. Let me look. 83 megs. It does not compress well. So yeah, I'll have to put it up somewhere. Is there no outro music? I don't know why that was muted. There you go.